Master, good morning. This is Suraj Singh. Now, 15th April, 15th April 2020. Another day. I like to have a little in this situation review of some current news. If anything is special, let me see because I have to discuss something about that. Let us see if there's something unspecific on current scenario. If I go to Yahoo, I find something that Health Ministry of this country, Bharat, says 353 deaths, 10,815 cases. They are saying then cops beat up migrants at Bandra station. That's very different news, law and order news. Then Israeli Netanyahu Ganj say near unity deal to end political deadlock. They are also playing games. Six people shot at California house party during lockdown. California, USA. This is BBC. And I don't see anything specific. This is payback at UNSC over Kashmir. This is another one. Concerns over Poland government tightening abortion laws. All right. Well, I'll go to next one. Let's go to Indian Express. Or says Indian Express says something specific. Migrants take to Mumbai streets. All right. So lockdown is a failure, in fact. Don't try heading home. Will provide facilities here. Casual to migrants. But nobody believes these politicians these days. They only lie. That's another point. Let's go to European news. European news. It says there's nothing specific. Poland holds virtual protests against abortion bills. Okay. Then one island, two coronavirus strategies. Which one is right? This is for Ireland. Then alcohol does not kill COVID-19 and should be limited under lockdown. This is WHO says. Then rising populism stokes discontent but offers few solutions to global threats like COVID-19. Then there's nothing any specific. In Ukraine, forest fires in Chernobyl zone under control. So let's go to Arab news. Arab news, which also gives many feedbacks. Arab news. Saudi Arabia tests more than 150,000 people for coronavirus. 150,000, 1.5 lakh. Okay. Country has 639 cases and 73 deaths. Bahrain sets of coronavirus ICU in military hospital car park. Global goal to flatten curve as coronavirus cases deaths keep rising. Egyptian police officer killed during fire exchange with terrorist group. Global airline hit from coronavirus rises to $314 billion, says IATA. King Salman chairs online cabinet session. 633 Saudi citizens arrive in Jeddah from Indonesia and United States. In Middle East, Houthis under pressure to release journalists is Yemen. Protesters disperse with tear gas in rebel-held Idlib, with Syria. Iran says virus deaths drop below 100 for first time in month. 117 million children face measles risk. Then courage and tragedy amid New York's brutal coronavirus battle. Fear of virus ruins Bengali New Year celebration. Let's go to Palestine news. Palestine. Palestine says Israel Mossad admits to stealing face masks, medical supplies amid global shortage. See, people are stealing. Israel's Mossad admits to stealing face masks, medical supplies amid global shortage. What status of country is America steals something? They are stealing anything. Israeli forces arrest 8 Palestinians in West Bank despite coronavirus lockdown. Jewish settlers escape from quarantine attack Palestinian civilians in Jordan Valley. Okay, let's go to Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera. Coronavirus crisis like no other, as cases near 2 million, already 2 million. So this is nothing new. That tolls more than 120,000. This is also nothing new. And Trump is not a king. Governors say you are not a king, you are a president. Just mind constitution and talk accordingly. Lagos residents defend home against curfew bandits. Lagos means is Nigeria. And in Syria's Idlib, just one machine to test COVID-19. And just go to Gulf and see anything specific. UAE announces 3 deaths due to COVID-19 and 412 new virus cases. And in UAE, curve could peak in 4 weeks, means critical stage starts. The UAE developer announces 3 months rent waiver. Hunger in times of coronavirus in India. And go to international news of China. Coronavirus runs rough short over debt-laden Belt and Road project. So that project Belt and Road is now in danger. Then Chinese students battle rising tide of prejudice in US. You know there is racism in US regarding Chinese students. Coronavirus economic damage has likely throttled US-China trade deal, experts say. French team had to bring the temperature to almost boiling point to kill virus. Yesterday I had posted this. Evidence virus originated at Chinese laboratory is inconclusive, says US General. So this is no confirmation, only fake news that virus was generated at Chinese laboratory. Trump speaks of unity as New York's UMO says president is not a king. And we go to some other news of Kuwait. Just 2-3 minutes more and I'll start our meeting talk. Kuwait is open now. Grand repatriation plan for Kuwaitis. Grand repatriation plan for Kuwaitis begin April 19. Prime Minister. Another virus death in Kuwait. 10 Kuwaitis have died abroad. And let us say Oman. Ministry of Health conducts a successful medical procedure on recorded COVID-19 people, and I think we should protests are coming in. Yes. So I was just talking of news, current news regarding COVID-19 around world like Middle East, America, all. Situation is no different till now. Welcome was there. Sorry, I could not note that. Mr. Kish want to join. Okay, you're welcome. 7 you're welcome. Okay, I'm just continuing. But one experiment from France scientists yesterday, I got this news. They conducted some experiments, France scientists, in laboratory conditions, and they just tested this virus up to temperature of 60 to 80 for 15 minutes. But they discovered they could not kill that virus at that temperature, but at the temperature of 92 degrees Celsius, there was some hope. So this means the temperature at boiling point of water, which is 100 degrees, virus is expected to be killed. This means this virus is not cool virus. This virus has energy. This can tolerate higher temperature, and tolerating higher temperature means this is a stronger virus, very strong virus. And because human cannot tolerate temperature more than 45, it's difficult for us to digest temperature, means we start getting dehydration and skin problem. But this virus can digest even up to 90 degrees Celsius, 92 degrees Celsius. This means we have to fight with temperature. In fact, virus can survive. For this virus, I think our temperature around 45 to 50 is no threat. This means that even 50 degrees no threat, but more than 45 to 50 threat exists to human being. If that scientist is right, France scientist is right, I think it's a point to have major concern. This means this virus can stay in air also, which is property. Though it doesn't affect anything in air, yet it stays there. This means if you are using air condition supplies you cool air, chilled air, but also extracts air from your room. When it supplies you air, it pulls air from atmosphere, which means by power of air conditioning pulling, this virus, if available in that vicinity of your air conditioning, can also be pulled if it remains there for few hours. And that virus, if pulled by AC, can reach your refrigerant, and then through that to your, because it enjoys refrigerant there, and also it will enjoy compressor temperature, because that too is not that much. Or maybe it enters your room. This point is very critical, so I cannot analyze it correctly. Only common sense says if your air conditioner or your external split unit pulls this wire, imports this wire from air, if it is present there, you will have this a guest in your room. Question is, those who are using air condition in summer must think whether they should use it or they should stop it. It's not necessary that you are outside or you are inside then. This means your AC is a carrier, and in some report I read, in high-rise buildings, multi-story buildings, because plumbing system is one for all, common for all, there are chances of circulation of this virus through plumbing system as well. But problem is, directly AC gives you air which you respire, which you breathe. That is a point of concern, and same point applies to fridge also, though there's no that much application of fridge, because extraction, or you can say pulling of air, doesn't work in that case, but AC is very critical. I think scientists and engineers must concentrate on this issue, because air condition is used by crores of people in this weather. Already people might have started AC use, though in West countries that's not time now. They are cold countries, they rarely use AC, hardly they use fans. So we may have to shift from use of air conditioners to fans or to coolers. Something should be done, because even if you are in room, your lockdown will not help if virus enters your machine. That was my point of concern. All other news you have seen, you have known, explanation I will post later on. Now, it was very miss. Situation some more than 2 million cases have been registered, and how many people have lost, nobody knows. Trump of US tries to open areas from lockdown, but there is a dispute, misunderstanding ongoing between US President and relevant governors of states. The US President is keen to open areas, while these governors say it's not your headache, it's not your baby. Read Constitution of US and health list, just like we have entries in our Constitution. That's baby of states and governors. So you don't interfere. Write Constitution. Don't try to be king. While this Trump says, I am responsible, that it's myself that invested with me, that consider invested in me all these powers. So political battle starts here, but these governors are right to my understanding. They say, you are politician, do not bring politics into this issue. This is a health issue. What experts say, what experts suggest, you do that. And I think that's right. Means Trump is only president. He is not health professional. He is just a politician, like we have Modi politician, not health professional. But these people just try to boost their powers even during such critical state. I am also, this is scientific reason, what is there or not there, but this is another reason other than science, because once something goes out of control of humanity, we should start thinking that it's power of God ultimately. We have no other way. Even if you are scientist, you cannot explain something, then you have to wait for God's answer, God's response. That is ultimately human is defeated. So far, human is defeated. In fact, though there are so many rumors ongoing, we cannot depend on rumors. Television channels always giving unverified news, so we do not depend on them. And no scientist has come till now to say this is reason or that is reason. So this is only a tactics ongoing. We are under lockdown, but I don't think lockdown is serving a purpose. If this virus can digest up to 90 degrees, 95 degrees, then it's a big question mark. I was thinking it may die at 50 or 60, but scientists say no, it's not easy. They are saying it's very difficult to test that, because at 90 degrees or this you have to stand there, and there is a risk for scientists itself, for scientists themselves to be attacked by corona, by this virus. So everybody thinks of life first. They say, oh, we will not boil, we will do something else, we use some chemical for this testing. So naturally nobody will like to endure risk of life. And really, I agree with that. Means if this virus is pro he means this can die. I can't understand just more than 45 or 50. Even if you go to Baghdad, the generally temperature of dry is more than 50. Sometimes even more than 50, 55, within 50 to 55. Even there people stay, but if you talk of 90 degrees and 80 degrees, well, I think it's out of calculation. We have to only increase our resistance or immunity, what you call it. Only way is to raise your immunity levels, and particularly those who are not physical workers, like rich people or like those who have money, they just sit in AC rooms and drive cars. For them, it causes a big problem because even if they are within home, they can be impacted upon through use of AC or some other channel. I can't say that plumbing will be very big carrier of this, but chances are there. So your plumbing system should be very clean, not stagnant. If it's stagnant, it can cause problem. Otherwise, AC is an issue to my understanding. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm not wrong, I think. Virus can penetrate your home through that. So I would suggest people to avoid use of air conditioner in until this virus survives. You use fans, better. You use your cooler because it doesn't use under force air. I'm taking under force means you can be better in that case. Even if it's central air condition, it doesn't matter, it can. Because generally volume components of fire dampers sometimes work, sometimes don't work. Velocity of chilled air is sometimes within control and sometimes not within control, depends. I cannot trust these systems. I cannot trust performance of systems, particularly in our country. I am talking of our country because it applies to our country or to Gulf countries. In fact, Gulf countries and our countries, it applies. Otherwise, for Western countries, for European countries, Italy it applies. Temperature in France is around 35 to 40, in Italy sometimes. So they can tolerate with use of the fans even though they don't have air conditioners in their homes. But our part, from April to August, September, ACs are often used by those people who can afford electrical bills. But for other people, JJ colony people or hutments or normal people, AC is rarely used. So it's difficult for those people who are having that level of living. So I would just suggest, I know people shall not agree, it's not easy because people are used to that type of temperature. And other one is that better avoid use of cold water or chilled water or ice. My personal opinion says you have to avoid this for a couple of months until this virus is very active. You avoid use of cold water, chilled water, boil water and drink that slowly, gradually, sip by sip. Try to consume hot food, not cold food. And when you take food, don't use, fan is fine. Avoid use of your AC at night particularly because night temperature is already low. And now it is about 22, 25, I think 22, I don't know exactly what it is. Day temperature in Delhi are around 38 degrees. So this is, supportive temperature for thriving COVID-19. So if you want to help it, you use these facilities. You go to, when it's open, you go to use metro or express trains or flights. You will promote this, but only prevention is raise your immunity level and you can get some benefit. Otherwise, even if lockdown works or doesn't work, I don't think it causes any problem because this virus, even you try to break chain, it won't work. Other point in administration, I'm really surprised by decisions of government of our country and our court. Do you know about 40,000 citizens of our country are stranded on ships, these mercantile ships, etc. 40,000 people, staff are stranded, and no one is thinking about them, how to solve this problem. And thousands of workers in UAE and many other Gulf countries, they are in trouble. There's no one to help them. They have raised their voice. Embassies are closed. Government of India knows it, but they are silent. Courts are silent. It's only country in the world, our country, which is silent in this issue. I don't accept this status of country. You are not bothered about people. Kuwait, Saudi, other countries, they are bringing their people from other countries by arranging chartered flights. All other countries are doing everything possible. Lebanon is doing, those poor countries are helping their people. Saudi got many hundred people from UK, and same Kuwait, and they are getting their people back. And I think we are so serious that we don't worry about people. They worry about riches. These workers, these tourists, I think many of them are workers, and of course visit visa person, all that. Whatever are they are citizens of this country. You simply cannot say stay where you are. If they die, you are responsible for them. You arrange to get them back. This is your duty. This is law of land. Every land is used. Duty is to get your people safe from foreign country. This is purpose of passport. This is for Immigration Act. Otherwise, there is no purpose of this, and there is no purpose of government. And Supreme Court cannot simply say you stay where you are. Supreme Court, you have food in your home, your judges are not hungry, your staff is not hungry, that's why you are talking like that. Do you imagine what people are eating or what they are not eating? Do you have any basis of that, any feedback of that? People don't have food and you are talking, stay where you are. What does it mean? It's your duty to save life of people, but you are saying stay where you are. Why you are involved with government politics? Stop that. Work your job. Answer. People want help. Help them. You cannot quote. What does it mean of quote if you have to become a spokesman of government? There's no meaning as such. It's clear statement. Your duty is to protect people and do it. Simple. Nothing. If Modi doesn't do anything, it's Modi's problem. Modi is not helping anybody. He is only talking something like Guru's talk. There's no prime minister in this country at this moment. Nobody is helping those who don't have food. See videos. People haven't eaten for many days. Somebody is demanding rice, somebody is demanding food, and they are saying, stay where you are. You have left them to be killed, if not by corona, by who? By hunger. This is not acceptable. You do your job. Every country is doing, only you are not doing. Unfortunately, SC says, violation of what? What violation? What is violation? Getting people back from other countries, violation? I don't understand. What law you studied? I can't understand. It is human law. First humanity, then something else. You have thrown those people out of job, and they are saying, stay where you are, hunger, no hunger. Don't forget, these people, these poor people, are more important to develop this nation than you people who are in government. You only can speak, nothing else you can do. But these people do everything. You cannot do. These people can build your home, can build your building, can build your road, which you cannot do it. Can MPs work as laborers? Can MLAs work as laborers? Can lawyers work as laborers? Go and work as laborers. You will understand problem of what they are. You can't take a glass of water yourself. You're talking, stay where you are. You stay where you are. You stop taking food and give your food to them. And stay without food for 1 week. Then we will say you are a good man. Speaking is very easy. Face life. This is examination of everyone. Everyone is examined. This is God's examination. He is asking everybody to appear in the examination. You have enjoyed a lot. All world enjoyed a lot. They vote for you. For what? For this result? We will do for you this, we will for you. You are doing nothing. You are asking people to have food. What's your duty? What is your duty, Government of India? You are asking people to help them. What for you are there? What for you are collecting money? For what? It should be for people. Give them food, give everything. You are ready to destroy them. These are my country people, not political people. They want help, help them. If you don't help them, you will know consequences later on. These people shall, maybe they beat all of you. Once they are angry, they don't care who you are. It's human being. Somebody is throwing kids into river. Somebody is killing someone. One monkey broke a kid of 4 months. One monkey. Because monkey is also not getting food. Dogs are biting, they are not getting food. Okay, they are animals, but people should get food first. They were they were ringing their thalis yesterday on a video that Modi ji, chawal do, Modi ji, bhat do. Modi ji, they are still calling you Modi ji, you are lucky. If I am there, I shall not call Modi ji. You will call me ji, not I will call you ji. Do your job if you want ji. If you want this respect, do your job. Or respect goes away like anything, you don't understand then. Where is it gone? People shall not allow you to live. If people are angry, you don't know people then. You have just seen vote. You have not seen chewed by people. Don't remember what happened in Egypt. You don't remember what happened in other countries. And these countries are still playing some countries. Palestinians are beaten every day. Nobody is asking, nobody is questioning. Israel is beaten there as if they are slaves. Because you are also in line of that. That line, oh, we'll act like that. Time always changes. This Corona is your guru. Understand what it says. It says that you are nothing. Learn and come to line, or I am Corona, I'll teach you. It is that. Better understand humanity. This is time. This is class of every politician. You have enjoyed a lot. You have destroyed a lot. You did not help people. Because you are only politician. You are not human. And I can say in this time, in our country, politicians are not humans. They are animals. I can simply say that. Politicians cannot be defined as humans in our country, Bharat. Because no politician is acting. No MLA is seen, no MP is seen helping people, no PM is seen helping people, only talking, abusing nonsense. Poor wants food. Poor is not asking for something else, just food. And you are giving them tips. Okay, I give you 500, I give you 1,000. Don't give them anything, give them cooked food. Finish. It may cost you 1,000, it may cost you 3,000. Serve them. Why are you asking public to serve them? Who are you to ask public? Public has its own work. If they give, they don't give, this is their choice. But what is your duty? For what you are collecting taxes? For what? When you fail to plan this lockdown declaration, this is your problem, not public problem. You cannot assess anything. You cannot calculate timings. You cannot do anything. Then what's the purpose of government? I can't understand. What does government mean? For every, to get a train, one has to plan. And I have to reach this time at a station to get that. But you are declaring such action within hours to come into implementation. You do not understand. At that time, shops were closed. People had money or no money. How could they get something? You did not think even that. Because you had to show I am there, that's all. You just wanted to justify your presence, that I declared that. Mr. Modi, forget I and forget your face. Your face shall not solve problem of this nation. If you can act, act, or better go. Simple. If you are human being, if you cannot solve, get lost. Or help these people. This is your duty. You will not do any obligation on country because it is money of country, not your personal money. So better act like human being. Otherwise, you better in interest of this nation can leave. There are so many Modis, don't worry. Somebody will take care of that. This is seriously I am telling you. Don't kill these people. Corona shall not kill people, but hunger shall certainly kill people. And if you can't understand this point, then you are not even fifth class educated person. Well, anguish, of course, everybody is right. And it's my country people, and particularly the workers, backbone of this nation, remember. Workers, these are also farmers. These people are backbone of our country. You are not any bone of this country. You are only tongue of this country, nothing else. These are spines. These are more significant than politicians. And these people die, then country cannot develop, can never develop. You cannot make your house without them. You cannot do anything without them. You cannot run your factories and industries without them. So come to better mind. Stop your bhakts to write nonsense all time without thinking anything. If they are asking for money, give them money. Give these people money so that they can at least eat food for 2 or 3 months. Don't show your face on television. We don't need your face. We need facilities. We do not want your lectures. People know how to live. You do something, then speak. Don't expect people to act. People have elected you for this purpose. And if you have to tell them do this and that, then what for you are there? You don't justify your statement just to do job. As a citizen, that's why I am instructing you, Mr. Modi. You have to do this or get lost from this seat. We don't need Modi there. We cannot, I don't have any right to call you Modi ji because you are insulting, you are killing people. You are not respecting your position. Just appearing to for half an hour in 1 week and just job is over. Strange. Other countries are much better than you are. Trump transferred money to all accounts. Saudi Arabia allowed 5% to 10% GDP budget for public. Kuwait has done same thing. Muscat is saying curtail 10% expenditure and give for expenses on this. What is your contribution? You are asking people to do this. What for you are charging taxes? What for your 30 lakh crore budget? Where is that? But no, you won't do it. Kejriwal is talking nonsense all time. Don't go, don't go, don't go. What you are doing, Kejriwal? What have you done for them? Lies only. Better come to senses, all politicians, before public explodes. I know those who have money will not explode. Your riches will not explode. But these poor, when they have to die, there are only two options. Either die peacefully or die in explosion. That's all. Die, and before dying, let other die. That can be a policy. Better avoid that stage because they are not thousands, they are in crores. When they can throw their kids to river, they can throw someone else also to river. Don't forget that. If some mother throws its kids into river, is it easy, you think? You think it's so easy? Then someone else also we can throw by that woman. Just remember, this is question of life and death. There's no value of politics game in this. Humanity is more important. Humanity. God is testing everybody. So better be a good student to be tested and help people before people seek your help. It's not one day now. It's 22nd day. You did nothing for them. This is shame unto you, Government of India. You are a shameful government. You are just demanding money from people for what? You are not telling them. You're only demanding more and more and more, doing nothing and nothing and nothing. That's what I say about this. Corona, COVID is very burning and exploding issue, and believe me, this is going to stay for a couple of months, and maybe I don't know more than that, because people when lockdown is over, again it comes. It doesn't stop. This is the wrong perception that you will break chain. It's imagination. It's so secret. It's deceiving people. Corona is deceiving everybody because it's very expert. It's master of its job. Well, because I could not make separate talk about this, I just wanted to include in this management study, management talks. Now, about quality system, that is my current topic. Mr. Abhi Guruvat, welcome Mr. Abhi Guruvatta. Mr. Anand Jaipur, thank you very much. Well, quality, every time I say, is more important than quantity. Quantity is equally important, but quality should be far better than expected or than expected. Like I don't have any quality, I have to measure my own first. You have to measure your own. Everybody should evaluate self, what one is, what is my work, how much successfully I do that work, or I am just having that title, this I can work, but I am unable to work. That assessment one has to make itself. There is no one else who can assess in your place. Self-assessment is much more important than somebody else should assess for you. You are not child, you are not student, you have to assess yourself. I was expected to do this, but how long I have covered this, you can then evaluate and improve yourself. That is actually quality, improve yourself. And if you can do that, you can do for others as well. But it should be genuine. If you evaluate yourself, I think you can do better. You can say a self-controller. You can find your error yourself better than others find in you, because you did your job. You know where I made mistakes, you can correct that. That value, that character in a person is more important than declaring something you do not know, that I know. Don't take risk on job if you do not know that job, first of all. If you know that job, do it. Otherwise, simply learn it first and then do it, or say, sorry, I do not know this. That is much more important than doing wrong. This is usually Americans' culture or West culture. They say, no problem if you don't know, you can ask and know it first. It's better not to do job wrong and do it again later on, because that's wastage of time, wastage of money, wastage of material, everything. So that's what quality is all about. Quality, actually, our country has misunderstood so far, and not our country, even system has been mistaken. System says, this quality system says, we don't guarantee our product. Now, if your product is not guarantee of producing, you are following quality and you are not guaranteeing your guarantee system product. What's purpose of quality? I can ask a question. If your system says quality based, it's designed quality based, system as overall is having quality tuning, why product is not quality product? This means either you are using irrelevant material, or your technology is not right, or persons who are dealing or human resourcing on machine, or whatsoever sources are being used for that product are not worth. This means system is imaginary. System that you produced for this destiny of quality is not realistic, that is imaginary. So quality can't be imaginary. This means something is wrong somewhere. And what's wrong where? That's what we have to find. And only wrong is conception, understanding system. Maybe we write some system, we define that, but we don't understand that, because either we copy from some other and paste on our, that's one way, we just copied that, or we did not study that even after copying, or we did not conduct any original study. And if you don't conduct any original study, certainly you can't define your system. First you have to understand your system, what you are going to do in a nutshell. And if you can understand that, if you can write that, then you can explain that. That should be approached. This means person who leads there, who leads at original work, should be first quality oriented. That person must demonstrate its character quality, its approach quality, its commitment quality, its determination quality, like that. All these parameters person should have, and then concentration on that job. Without concentration on that job, you cannot create anything. That's what we really we miss about, which we may call policy of something or no policy. If you apply your knowledge, certainly you will create some policy. You are policy designer. But if you do not know that and you are fixed there, you do this. This means you are wrong person for right job. We say in management, there should be right person for right job. But you are wrong person for right job, or you are right person for wrong job. It can be considered that way. So why should we place like that any person? It's person, or it's material, or it's machine, or it's technology. If either of them is defective, is deficient of requirement or specifications, certainly you cannot get quality system work in coherence. In integration, it cannot. That point we have to find out where we are, and I cannot say that systems policy is wrong here, system policy is absolutely right. It says you define your system, apply it, and measure it, evaluate it. So there is nothing wrong in that. It's your system, guidelines are different, but system is yours. You have to construct this system and use this system and check this system and improve this system. Simply saying plan, do, check, act. It applies to system as well as it applies to work. It applies to requirement. It applies to consideration. Just like Annex SL is, it's a part of system. That system you are evolving your item system. Based on that you are an item system, and your item system is product system. This product may be university product, which is a student coming out after passing, or can be industrial project where product is coming out of industries. This means guide is fine, destination is known, but your appointment is not known, what you want to do. Either you don't understand your product, or you don't understand your technology, or you mar it somewhere. That is where quality understanding is important. Quality, what we understood so far was only for common people: test, examination, inspection. That is not quality. That is only test quality. That is only control quality, not, you can say, integrated controls. Integrated control means contained, self-contained controls. Just like we say in some town planning, this is one house plan, this is a group plan, group housing plan, and this is, you can say, township. I am talking of that township, which is self-contained township, which contains within every requirement. You may call it smart city or you may call it whatever. It should be self-contained unit for your daily use. You need not go leave that for every hour to buy something. It should contain basic facilities of health. It should contain market something. It should contain car parking. It should contain other amenities required, electric controls and communication controls. All that controls must be contained within some defined area, and that's what we call smart action, smart creation. This is smart doesn't mean meaning smart. Smart has many meaning. It's system, it's requirement, it's achievement, it is technique, it is maneuver, monitoring, all that is there. So that's what I want to actually share for every activity, every task. Means, just take example of this COVID. If 200 countries or more are there, now some countries are understanding what's happening. 2-3 months have elapsed, people could not understand what it was, what technology behind this was, what was backbone of this. People did not care all over world, and that is why system was not known, how this was working, and everywhere result is failure. They are saving their noses only by saying, oh, you have control, you have contained. Actually, it's a failure, sheer failure of humanity, failure of total leadership of world. No single country could man it successfully, unfortunately. If a country like US and England, they claim themselves to be scientifically top, they can't contain that. There's no way, there's no need for further explanation. It's known. Therefore, in our system, I always stress every time that system has some parameters. It doesn't matter it's stated by quality system or ISO 9001 or 2015. Not that, your own you can say. When you do something, it's common sense that it should be a good product which has good composition of materials, which has good input of character, merits, and it should be done in some specific time. This is common understanding. We may name it. We can say we have time factor. You have this time. You have to finish this job in time. Just like examination, we write, you need 3 hours, sometimes 1 hour, sometimes 6 hours, depending upon what sort of paper you are appearing in. Other one is cost. You have this cost. You have to do this job in this cost, or you demand cost. If we are affordable, we will say this is for you, fine, do it. And then criteria of quality. Criteria of quality. For that time and for that cost, you have to define what you expect. There can be 10 qualities for same thing, but you are paying something, you will get only that much. You have to keep in mind, if you are paying something for timber, you will get timber. If you pay something for iron, you will get iron. If you get something for uranium or thorium, you will get uranium, thorium. Simple. So quality is not general here. It is specific. For same thing, somebody defines one thing, other one says, no, I want this also on that. So both qualities are qualities, but limited to expenses. That's why quality is defined. It cannot be left open, just like time is defined. This is your duration. You have to deliver this. And this is time, and this is cost, and this is control. You will get this cost if you finish this work in this time with this specification. That is called management, brief management, or you can say policy management of that project. We have this policy for that project. This doesn't mean other project is wrong. That project has that policy because of controls of money and time. You may like one project delivered in 2 months, same project somebody else wants to deliver in 1 month, and another project somebody else wants to deliver in 1 year. So you cannot compare all those three requirements on same path. You have to change your path, change your actions, change your timings. Your timeline will be different, your milestones be different. That is where system stands with command. You have to devise that system yourself. No one can devise for you. And it applies everywhere. Not only that, it applies in science or in engineering, it applies in whole life. That's why I'm very much interested in this. Though it's called project management, I call it real management. Real management, not business management. I'm not saying it's business management. It is something, you can say, kind of scientific system. Not science, scientific system. And you know what a scientific system is? Which speaks based on logic. If your system speaks based on logical consideration, where you can explain every action, every inclusion in that, which is justified, so it can say, you can say, this is a speaking system, it's explaining everything self by self, which you could not understand, but it's explaining, it's telling you what it is for. That is our requirement. That is where we run projects. There was a time when projects used to run for a couple of years, all projects, because of so many restrictions, so many regions. And there are some projects later on which are very fast tracking. Okay, we want this 1 year. Though it won't be done in 10 years, but you'll say 1 year. So both systems are different. Product is same, but systems are different because of time constraint. Now we want to give you them this much time. If you can't do it, thank you very much, you can buy someone else. We can give it to someone else. That's fine. So we have to see that. But there is limit to time also, just remember. Time cannot be freely given. You have to calculate that also. Keeping in view what's practicality of that project. If say practicality doesn't work, then you can't define time in wrong way, in restricted way. Even you say it's war path, it's war time, then you have to understand that first. It's war footing. Yes, footing can be war footing, but distribution of time, allotment time must be a big question mark. So I say these factors, basic factors are, every time I say, and I repeat that so that you remember: time, cost, quality, combination. Time, cost, quality combination is actually your command over all other commands, and these are supported by inputs, and on top is scope of work. This scope of work is top, which defines what you have to do, and that is supported by time, cost and quality, and further support by resources. Because if you don't have resources, there is no meaning of management. Either you have or you are sure to procure them. Both conditions apply. If you are not sure, fine, use it. Or you say will procure it, certainly, it's also acceptable. Because you don't need it now, you may need up some time when the project starts. So you have meanwhile time to arrange that procurement. So you have to check it, which one is better for you, means which gives you lesser degree of risk, because everything is risk oriented. These factors are communication, resources, which is manpower or workforce resource, or professionals resource, or you can say communication means your transportation, means your everything, which moves with your project is resource. Machines, technology, subcontracting, all others which are your resource for achieving this project. And of course, many patents always will move together with all that. So these factors, these points, these are not only points. It's up to you as manager of your project or engineer of your project to take into consideration whatever you think you deem it fit to be considered. Not necessary you have to consign to this resource. What I said, these are just the guiding principles. You can design your own system keeping considerations of whatever. Just for example, I think that what I'm taking my time is say 2 years of this project. For example, I say 2 years or 1 year. Let us say 2 years. But there is some item which I know which is not available, and it can't be decided currently which item is better for me, because that item is dependent on something else which is also unknown. There's a question of compatibility. There's a question of, you can say, facet, interfacet, not coordination alone. Intercoordination and interface management applies there, because you neither know that item nor know that equipment for which you are going to design, but project includes that. Project includes that. This means at time of design of project, we did not know that item, but we had to take that item for budgetary purpose or for some purpose. This means on that item, person who is designing that system or that bidding, that person has additional liability before publishing that document to those who are interested. Either you know what item that is, and you also know that that item can't be made available before this time, and by that time project is on move. If by that time project is on move and this item is not finally decided, and if decided at that time the project awarded, this means project either requires extension of time or you have to provide this item by now. You have to buy it now. But you are a promoter, you are a contractor. How say you buy now? This is only contractor to buy and use. Yes, that point is right. But in this case, because this item takes time more than contract time, this item is called long lead item. If this item is for long lead, it's not immediate lead, or you cannot anticipate that, then you have to provide this item on documents now. Means on contract now, supply contract or whatever procurement contract, you have to do it now before contractor is known, before contract is awarded. That part of its management to buy or to place an order is shared by originator of that contract. You may say client itself or promoter itself. That promoter requires to do everything to locate that item and place order for that with contractor known. That's called long lead item management. And that contract which this owner enters into, vendor, whosoever, this procurement contract is executed with certain specific conditions. That right of ownership on this contract, means on that procurement contract, that ownership right is temporary until contractor is granted work, awarded work. Till that time, this owner, this party, first party on this procurement contract is absolutely responsible, and that responsibility shall be transferred to contractor once contractor is fixed. That responsibility of this contract shall be transferred legally to that contract. This means this procurement contract as long lead item is temporary, and this is novable. This is subject to novation. And what is that novation? That my responsibility legally per contract shall be shifted to, shall be transferred to contract when contract is awarded. and it will discharge me as owner as this contract as third party. My total discharge and whatever payment I made so far, that shall be also transmitted, means to debit of contract. This point is very important in management. We cannot exclude this point, because it on this basis my project, there was no other solution other than this, no other solution. This is called novation of contract, means this contract shall continue in force subject to change of name of owner. My ownership shall be replaced by contractor ownership, but which further be transferred to my ownership later on when this contract is paid, but that will be built ownership, not supply ownership. This point is very important from project viewpoint, because many engineers, many professionals do not understand this point. Novation of contract, I will take this issue when we talk of contract. We should talk later on. Now I am talking of technical management. Contract is also part of technical management, but that is of higher profile. We have to take many aspects into this, and we have to bring to our discussion FIDIC or someone else. FIDIC is generally used all over the world with certain exchanges, certain exclusion or importing something, a comprehensive issue, but that must be clear to those who deal with project. This point I explained to you because it's very much important for those works of facilities, because I have seen some contracts like that where novation was included and it was done. So I got it, because there are so many more provisions on contracts which actually are not clear to people. Actually, what happened, I faced one tender, one bid, which was big one, and what this man wants, unnecessary bidding, believe me, they not, I'm fed up with these people. I don't know, they are sick-minded or what they are, I don't understand, they're sick-minded people. What they want, believe me, I can't understand anything. Yes, please, what do you want? Yes, what do you want? Tell me, do you have anything? Okay, waving, what do you want? Speak up, tell me, people are listening. I am alive, I am alive. I'm live online, do you understand? What do you say? You are in bed, sleep, finish. Okay, you are going waving here. Hell with this, yeah, what sort of people? My message should not receive those people. You see what people are doing? Just doing this and that's all. And disturb me what I was talking. On one project I was going through, there was a pipeline, 120 kilometer pipeline, and we had to do tender for something, and was note that this pipe was already placed in order with manufacturer. That condition was there. Nobody noticed that, but you say okay, and they wrote all those conditions in that contract, all those conditions which I am talking about. We had to accept that. There was no other way. Condition is condition, because owner knows this job. That's why you did that. Owner or his consultant, whatever you call, because they surveyed all this. They did not just blindly include these conditions. They were aware of that. This project time is lesser than buying time. If you do not consider this time of manufacturing and delivery, which is more than your contract time, clearly you cannot procure this material, and your date of completion is hoax. That owner or that consultant very well knew that. So they were not sleeping partners. They are professionals only. we can understand. But here we just take, okay, write whatever you want to write, we will see later on. This later on is very dangerous answer. This doesn't work at all. It doesn't work at all, this later on answer. That is the reason I am trying to share with you how life works in profession. It's not simply items that we are considering, these are items, we take this, that's only further explanation of management. Management on projects is of course specialized but based on common sense. If you don't have common sense, your management cannot move. If you have, even you have top degree of management, just like an engineer cannot work if it does not understand psychology. Psychology is not taught in universities. If I cannot understand what my people are, what they expect of me and what they expect of company or organization, you cannot use them. You have to sometimes undertake a study of every worker with you if you are in lower position, and you have to study every staff who work with you just to know what they think, what they work for, what capacity they have. You cannot assess that just based on what educational certificate they have. It is competency, consistency of a person that is required to be extracted out without telling them we are extracting it. Sometimes person's designation on appointment is one thing, but that person works additionally or on much better posting, founding his much better knowledge, which might be that person could not express that time of interview or examination, or else that person just wanted this job for survival and did not declare that additional qualification, so that he wanted job come what may at any cost. But that capacity of that person must be screened out later and used for project and must be promoted. That type of management design, management analysis is important to make people assets. Just like we use some machine, we don't know exactly how this machine works, we try to make it used for something else also. Either we fail or we pass, it depends, but everybody wants to make use additionally or as bonus for something. Similarly, we have to understand what we are. And not only we have to check those staff people or those educated people, every worker is required to be screened, because they are good people, efficient people in every society. But problem is they can't express themselves in writing or in speech, because these people are hesitant, these people are lower level educated, they can't directly expose their contents, their capabilities. So we must, without telling them, screen them and understand what they are. And once we are sure this one can do it, then we should give them that job without even hesitation. And if that person does it, this means that person suited, the person suits for this job. Use it. What's the problem? It's generally engineers are not giving good staff because it costs. Don't give. But engineer is much intelligent than manager. Engineer knows to extract person. You have many persons on site. You can go through them. You observe them. And you will get one or two certainly out of that who can support you directly. And you can use them, your staff, your clerk, your journal person, how you can rely directly and can trust that person for your personal activities like sitting in office, working there, this and that, communication, messenger. That person is screened out by you And don't worry in that, because you are having common sense. Why you depend upon others to give you that person? That's what I'm saying. Sometimes and many times and in general, common sense is very significant. Actually, our lecturers, our professors used to tell us that time that engineering is first common sense, later technology. If you don't have common sense, technology you cannot understand. And if you have technology, you can use it using your common sense. Technology changes. It's not hard and fast rule, it changes. It refines itself all time. That's why these computer people is technology. They will say this update, that update, this update, that update. What is that? Technology. They just keep changing intentionally so that there's an update, my product is an update, or I have to increase its cost. That may be criteria. But common sense is very important in engineering and in management, in addition to theory and formula, numericals, or you can say tutorials. Common sense comes by experience, it comes by understanding subjects. Labor relation you can understand in field only, machine relations only you can understand field, public relations you can understand field, and other relations you can understand field. In universities you learn only theory and tutorials and practicals. Others are additional subjects you learn only in field, but there is no measurement on them. There is no fixed criteria on that. That is your own, and that's why experience is counted based on individual experience, not as a pro rata. That's why I thought to talk of management in different way. It's not PMP and it's not something else. It is rough management, it is tough management, and it is real management. On front management. They say nowadays they are doctors working on front. Yes, we have also front. We have line, many lines, and this is front line management where work is physically done, not on drawings, not in minds, and it is delivered physically, which can be used. Means it is a product at use stage, not at conceive stage, not at design stage, not at any other stage, but at use stage, which stage means it is either used or it will be rejected. It's big risk here. If it is rejected, you are lost. You are lost yourself. You lost product because it can't be replaced. It can't be withdrawn. In other engineering, you say we withdraw this project, this product. BMW says we can withdraw this car, or some of them we withdraw this car. There's some problem. But in your management, in civil construction particularly, you cannot withdraw that. Yes, in mechanical you can withdraw that. Okay, we withdraw this machine part, we will reset or replace it. But in construction industry, construction world, you are in no position even to replace or rehaul that. This means there is bar to replace, which brings highest degree of risk onto your shoulders. If you are working in field, in construction, there is high degree of risk at end, at completion. And that's why if you want to be free of this risk, you have to be tight from very beginning. You have to control everything from very beginning. That is where you require your presence, your solidarity, your loyalty, your commitment and integrity with your knowledge of science, knowledge of engineering, and knowledge of public, people, human resources, which requires your attention, your complete calculation power, and your communication power, because calculation power and communication power works everywhere. If you just calculate and do not communicate, that's also wrong. And if you communicate without calculation, that too is wrong. Both cases are inefficient delivery. That's why I say understanding each and every stage of work is very important. It's not the item I'm talking in totality of project. Item is one part of that. So I think I am able to communicate to you people what is intended for, what is my concern of project management, and what is those who are just for namesake project managers without even understanding ins and outs of management. An engineer is a must to management his field, not a person who is not an engineer. That's the problem. That's the point to understand. If you are an engineer in a certain field and you control that field, you must manage that, no one else. Because you know engineering, you know what can happen to that product. A person who is not engineer, he cannot understand that. It's so simple. This is called right man for right job. Simply saying that, yes, I don't say that engineer knows everything. It's not correct. But engineer learns during 10 years, 15 years, 5 years. Everybody learns in field. And that learning makes, by augmentation, by accumulation of everyday learning, every year learning, one gets equal knowledge or equivalent knowledge that is either not possible in university to get that level of knowledge. So you get in field certain practical knowledge, which is actually applied, not just guided, applied. It's not thesis, it's actual work. So that teaches you what are risks, what are opportunities, what you should do, what should not do. That's the important point. I should take some water, I think. Sometimes I talk a lot, I know it's my problem, but that is also not in my hand to control. Once your mind starts concentrating on something, some item, some subject, every information is stored in your mind cells, and those cells automatically open when information is known to them, is leaking. Because mind is planned, you can say it's programmed in a way. If social cell moves, if one sector cells move from mind, maybe they know each other, those billions of cells or neurons, they know which one is flowing out, so they start flowing together in that stream. And you are getting information immediately, you did not think 1 minute before I will get that. It's mind work. I'm not saying it's everybody with that support. You are also with that support. Either you don't talk of anything, you will not worry about that. And if you start talking and thinking on that, something will see after few seconds or minutes, you are getting more and more information from your mind. This means when you activate your some part of mind, some sector of mind, that sector automatically starts pouring into your stream, and you start talking on that. It's not fake talk, it's talk that's stored here. If it's not here stored here, then you have to read something and tell. That's another point. I also read many things. I cannot remember everything, and even if I remember, I recall from my mind, I cannot tell you text by text. Something you can tell, something you have to refer. Because reference means which was written sometime before and I also forgot. That happens because of no repetition of that. If you repeat something every day, every month or time, you keep on, oh, okay, use this every time, it automatically consolidates in your mind. If I wrote something 25 or 30 years back, you cannot expect me to remember now. Yes, if I open it once again and read it, I'll certainly make it programmed. So that's how that happens, Now, project management moves on, and I was talking about certain items. Those items were quality assurance items, as I told you, many items were there, and I've already explained just for your refresher. Every time I try to say I did the setting out excavation, I'm just going to my item, then hand excavation, and then for checklist for formation level, checklist for blinding, checklist for concrete protection, checklist for foundation footing, etc., checklist for step column separatory works, and checklist for backfill works, and checklist for grade slabs, then checklist for RCC column works, then checklist for RCC wall works, and then checklist for lift well wall works. All this descriptively I have already shared with you. Checklist for RCC longitudinal stair, then checklist for suspended slab work, and then checklist for RCC pedestal footings, checklist for RCC footing blocks for steel frames, and checklist for RCC for DC generators and alternative foundation works. This was a very, you can say, critical item I was talking about, and this actually is a major item in a sense. It's a built-in item on site. This is different one, and I would like to just concentrate on this, which is actually very reliable item. In fact, first I'll show you some rough drawing on this. Rough I am saying because it's not computerized drawing. I just took a paper and draw it just to show you what I wanted to say. Sketches are there, I'll show you later on. I want you to understand what it is. You see, if I just keep it up here, you can see on this, on left of the screen, there is some shades and some vertical members, column types, and then there's a depth cube, or you can say depth of like building. Actually that's foundation within earth. If you take that here, you know, I written this, for example, this ground here, I written that, and this shaded vertical line are foundations, and this, you know, another shade is exposed from ground upwards. These vertical, you know, these shaded, these are all columns above ground. And this another type frame here. This is you know, on which a frame on which a machine is going to rest. So this is big unit actually. This is, you know, I had written this tabletop here, and I could not have time to compose it on AutoCAD because no problem, but just to show you this reference. These are columns I have written here, columns, and this is here foundation arrow here. This is foundation depth, and this is here machine block. I have written massive block foundation, big block foundation. And this is how to concrete this in sequence here. This is a chart I will discuss with you, and this is your compressor foundation, and this is section of that. You can see this foundation 25-meter length I have written, and it's about 3-meter high foundation, you can say, in ground. And there are columns and tabletop it is. This is just an indicative sketch, rough sketch, and this is column detail, 8-meter high column. You see these columns and steel plates with inserts with the tanks, and this is detail of these tanks. In column this plate is there and tanks on that from ground. This I wanted to show you for some purpose, and what I am going to talk about you should understand. You can again see this frame on top on which machine would rest, and these vertical columns and this foundation down. So this is 3-tier structure. 3-tier structure in thick mode, in massive mode. Thick means not normal concrete, but thin, a thick section and massive section. This is that. I'll show again when required. Now my purpose is to show that sometime by talks only you can't understand. Even a rough sketch works for that. This is, you can say, a structure of different type. It's not a building to be used for occupation purpose. It's a structure in form of building on which a big machine, a big vibratory machine is going to rest, which I call tabletop. That is top one. It's called a table for that machine to rest on, and this table is very strong, and this table rests on columns as big members, as I showed there. That is columns, a group of columns which receives this tabletop load, and these columns further are connected to foundation. That is massive block, which massive block supports these columns and tabletop, and that massive block is this massive block rests on soil, which also constitute a part of structure. You can say foundation soil structure, and which further goes to strata below. This is components of this foundation. This total we call foundation. It's massive block, vertical members, columns and tabletop. These all three equal compressor foundation, or whatever machine is there, that foundation. So it is massive block plus columns plus tabletop equal machine foundation of whatever nature, compressor or something else, which is in vibratory mode. This is one machine foundation. We can say this is not residential building, this is not, but it is a structure which supports machine, and this is in fact machine foundation. This is very different structure. A different structure in a sense, there is no room in this. But this as whole is accommodated or housed in a shed, in a building of shed, where it connects to many other units in same shed as a part of mechanical circuit, and many electrical units there, which are not linked in this discussion, but for information that shed covers this, that shed accommodates this tabletop in this, and that shed, that structural steel shed, is housed for this one, for this machine foundation. So this is different type of foundation, which is not institutional building, not residential building, not something, but process related building. It's linked to process, chemical process, or trains of process. It's a part of train of that type. A train with a startup, a train which starts its activities. It's that one. That point, that notation is very important to understand. Now because this is having three structures, three levels, this means there is something in that machine beginning with that one. Is this machine that powerful that it needs that much structure? Certainly it is. That's why structure is provided. If you see, structural foundation itself is very heavy. Let us say 400 in massive concrete, 400 or 500 cubic meter. Then you see this 8 meters column, 1.5 by 1.5, 2.25 into 8. You can see around how many cubic meters in one. maybe around 20 cubic meters in one. So there are 10 or 8 found in columns. So how many cubic meters? Means around 200 cubic meters, let us say. So that's 400, 200, 180, and then tabletop on top. That must be having good amount of concrete. So we are having 3 structures where big quantity of concrete we are going to pour in this foundation. So this is not small foundation. This is called heavy foundation, heavy structure. Just that's purpose to bring to your attention that there are different types of foundations. And this is not one in the whole project, there will be many like this. Of course, sizes, dimensions may vary, but technique remains same. And this is hundreds, 100 out of hundreds of foundations on that. It's not foundation like footing or like combined footing or like beam, plinth beam, or like strap beam, or like beam foundation, beam frame. It's not like that. It's not like that. Its weight itself will be used to reduce effect of that machine. Means if you have heavy machine, your reciprocating machine, means it's not stationary. If machine is not stationary, it is dynamic. You understand meaning of stationary, dynamic? Stationary means where there is no action on machine, just a stationary silent weight that transfers to structure below. And there's a machine which works, which performs, which creates vibration due to its performance. That vibration is not happily received. That vibration is a danger to foundation. That is very big danger, because machine and foundations have direct relationship of frequency. Every machine has a operating frequency. In mechanical, people may understand that every dynamic machine is linked to operation frequency, and you can say our foundation which we design, that is linked to natural frequency of foundation. So we have 2 frequencies here. If you understand that, or you need writing, I tell you, I don't know. Better, I think maybe you people don't understand what I'm saying. I can write on it itself, no problem. Frequency, I think you understand. And what it says, just what I have written here, nothing else, just to you those people understand. This is frequency, FRE, frequency, one is natural, one is operating. These are technical terms, natural and operating. Machine produced is linked to operating frequency, means at what frequency does this machine operate, or during its working, what is frequency of that machine. And this natural which I written, because this foundation is now natural, we have done it, it's resting on natural soil. So this is natural material indirectly, though it's made of artificial material, but in complex form. So there is a frequency of this foundation which is called natural frequency. We have to understand this point. Operating frequency is linked to machine. How it operates, there's a formula to calculate that. I'm not going to that one. I'm just giving a certain relation here. Machine works on a frequency that is kept in consideration, and foundation that we design for that machine has got some frequency, that is natural frequency. These are related differently. Let us say 2. If natural frequency may be 2, operating frequency may be 0.5. That relation, it varies. It can be otherwise. But point comes in, point comes in at concern level, at serious level, when these frequencies tally, when natural frequency of foundation and operating frequency of machine operation equal. That stage is very conflicting, very warring between two. That stage in our designs is avoided because we call that stage resonance. RESONANC. Resonance stage must be avoided because that can fail foundation, and if foundation fails, machine fails. That is an explanation of this design, that we have to keep design, and because there are fluctuations in frequencies, there are impacts on foundations and also counter impact of machines, because fluctuations in foundation and fluctuation in the machine can lead to resonance and also can lead to break. That is important point in design of machines that we consider, without which you cannot say design is over. And because machine is dynamic, it is not stationary. And just like you drive car, sometimes you drive speed of 120, sometimes 40, sometimes some drive at 200. All speeds expose or pose different control problems and risk also with that. So here risk is resonance and normalcy is 0.2 or 0.5 or 2. That point is very important, and that's why we include such type of blocks. Massive block. Yesterday when I was talking about machine foundation of that diesel power station, that was something else. That was completely different. That required some other power, because we try to avoid you see shock transfer for this equipment to foundation, that we try to avoid. But here we are not using that theory. We are using something else. What we are using is foundation weight to balance operation of machine. We are not trying to isolate foundation from machine. We are trying to transfer vibratory mechanism to foundation itself, so that it dampens that effect by volume of foundation and then transfers to soil below. There is a difference in this compressor foundation. This difference. That's purpose of this quantity of concrete. Just think of 400 concrete plus to 600 concrete, possibly 100 above, possibly so 700 or 800 cubic meter of concrete. 800 cubic meter, let us say, or 700 cubic, let us say 800. 800 means what? How many cubic? 800 cubic meter was how much ton? Say tonnage. 2.5 ton per cubic meter. So 800 is what? 16 and 4. 2000 tons. We are providing say 2000 tons for that compressor. 2000 tons vertical dampening weight means, in addition to stationary load of equipment, this foundation must be strong enough to dampen vibratory mechanism, what could be 20% of weight. And now when we are getting this, we should not forget weight of soil itself, because about 20 to 25% of weight of foundation soil also contributes positively in unison to act with foundation. That point is very important. So this is not isolation, this is inclusion. We are including foundation of machine with machine. Machine will certainly jump, or it may like move like this, or it may jump. All three dimensions will happen. It's like the reciprocity, because piston moves like this, so there's a chances to move like that, and too much moving like this, chances to move like that. So there's three-dimensional movement of that machine. Creation of vibration on all x-axis, y-axis and z-axis. That's why we are trying to dampen by providing such thick and massive concrete members, RCC members. That is sole purpose of my explanation. I am explaining this based on what we are delivering. It's not design calculation. That is different work. I'm not showing you design. I am just trying to tell you construction. Why do we construct that? Design part is something different that software would do and something. Here I am just trying to say what we intend for. If we do not dampen it, it shall cause big problem. Say it doesn't dampen, we don't feel dampening, we don't provide that provision, what shall happen? You provide already footing then. There's no need of considering weight of machine or HP of machine or something else. Don't consider that parameter into calculation. Then your simple foundation you have to provide. Like you provide in building. Some building has weight of 900 tons, some has different weight. Then accordingly you provide foundation. This machine shall not work. Because building is stationary. It doesn't even give an impact. Machine gives impact. So you won't find that machine work. That machine would sink either, or foundation would sink, or something else will happen. Maybe machine flies away. Who knows? I can't say, I can't predict that. If that foundation doesn't meet it, will fly away. There will be so much rebounds on machine itself. Try to understand this point. This point, if you understand, you can change so much in designs. Now, these three structures that we are talking on this compressor foundation are major structures. One of them is damaged or badly designed, all three would not work if badly designed. Now, one part in this is excavation part, which we are ignoring. Excavation part is very important to start anything. And this is not to start anything, just to know about that, what condition soil has. If this here we know, we say if you reclaim this land and then excavate, in that case you know what is soil here. You need not worry in that case, nature of soil, because you fill that area, we fill that area and we work on that. In that case you are away from many problems which pertain to designs of structures. But when you don't know that, you have to know that by soil exploration or by something else. And if that is the case, that there's no rock, there's no something, then you find also another problem. If you decide you have to do there only, then you have to find another problem, because you have to design that soil first to your requirement. Maybe soil is your requirement, but soil cannot accept settlement, soil cannot accept movement, but your project is itself a dynamic one, which is either these days metro or something else. You have to design project, or otherwise You can't understand that. If you do not know that what soil is, you have to do exploration. And because this is a heavy foundation, heavy machine, you require much more information from below. Because we have to keep in mind that these foundations can fail in future, and which means if foundation fails, your machine fails, it would certainly stop at one point and you are nowhere. That stage must be clearly demarcated in your thoughts or in your risk plan, how to manage risk. If you manage risk, you can manage everything. Soil exploration or soil investigation is a different word, in a sense that it gives you complex information. Complex means multitude of information, multiple informations, which can vary from point to point in same area. There may be many bore logs in big major plants, major projects. There may be 100 locations, there may be 50 locations, there may be whatever number of locations depending on size of project or where heavy machines are going to come or where middle class weights are going to come. Depending on that, you may conduct different types of tests. This is static tests or dynamic tests or rigging tests. Generally, I have seen many soil reports, professional reports, which give you information like geography of that area, topography of that area, and geotechnical report of that area. And in those reports I have seen little history also included by that investigator or laboratories. These reports tell you what was history, how these layers, whatever depth they say, these have come to being in that age and in that age or in this age. They will write lot about that. Of course, it's nothing but copy paste. But technical points that are more important than this, they simply say follow European way or some other way, or follow technology, what we are saying, what we are recommending. Think on that. Do not be just blind to accept what we say, or reinvestigate that. That's what it says, and that's very important point. You have to investigate that. So what we investigate? Layers of soil, yes, we investigate. Capacity of soil, yes, we investigate. When vertical drill of soil, and then taking out samples at different heights and examining those samples at different heights, composition of whatever level, what that soil strata composed of. Static tests tell you what is bearing capacity of that area or that point, or if it's not bearing capacity, what is value of N, means how many number of strokes, a certain definite weight and height is required. That gives you value of soil, and that's represented by factor N. There's safe bearing capacity or there's a bearing capacity, then there is this factor N, or there is RQD, which is called rock quality designation, which is from 0 to 10, I hope, the range. Highest it is, stronger is your soil. It will be 5, it will be 2, it will be 10, it will be 9, depending on, and this N can be as much as possible, sometimes 10, sometimes even 50. And bearing capacity is 10 ton, 15 ton, 20 ton per square meter. 30 ton, 40 ton, depending on. These three are important factors. You may have clay soil, different parameters, cohesiveness, CUL value of cohesion. Many more information are available. This tells engineer and designer what soil is. What soil is and how we should use it. Soil is not going to refuse you, don't use it, but you should understand what soil is. This is very descriptive one. If I have time, sometime I will show you that report. That is very big page report, but these are important points. As I said, you get information about type of soil, contents of soil, moisture content, and what accept, what bearing capacity to accept, or what's value of N, and what's value of RQD. All these are there, and this requires a good study. If you don't have good study, you cannot understand that. And then there are many tests they conduct. These are physical tests, I'm just telling you. They are electrical tests, they are resistivity tests. There are so many tests which are conducted for knowing well parameters of soil, water constants, level of water table, and recommendations about what you should do, in which area you can take that. Means they are like that. That is very, very interesting reports. If professionals give that reports, or if just some doctors or professors in universities, they do that, they cannot understand field problems, and they must understand field problem, what field says, what engineer has to do. That is more important. That was my point, means why I was going to this direction. I have seen even our fraternity people, engineers, they try to avoid this point. Now, I am not going to discuss you about soil exploration, or just hinting you what is done in field. It's three structure, 4 levels I give you. We have to control this from quality viewpoint. That is sole purpose of this description and talks. What we are going to do, what we should do, that's point here, and that's very important. Now, as I showed to you, excavation we do. We know about soil by report or by ourselves. When we know what we felt, we have to excavate. If you cannot understand how to excavate, then you have to make a plan of excavation and do that. That's best way. If you are not very much sure, but I think you must be sure if you are having education. And if you are not sure of something, what you learn again. That's the point. As I said, excavation controls are same all over. But in plants there is one more consideration I just tell you. In whatever facilities or plants projects, that is in plants, because this is facility project, this is something prohibited area, you can say. One address of coordinate is north south, we say easting westing, whatever we call it. We shift from our international standard coordinates to site. That is normally done, and then those coordinates can be either referred directly or through some reference, which can be later added to that value. But for purpose of work, we do not write full, we write only shorts. I do not say that these are wrong, these are right, but it's up to us how to take them right, how we consider them right for this. What they do, they give some references to these original coordinates, that this coordinate which is coming from measurement or from observation, we do not consider that value, but we consider some other value. So you will get 4 coordinates in different stones affixed on this gate, this door. That is called converted chords, plant coordinates. One are original coordinate, that's out of preview of common person, but those coordinates, natural coordinates or real coordinates, are converted to plant's coordinates. So you will find different one. They would say, well, this plant coordinate equal to this natural coordinate. That will be given somewhere, but we forget all that. We have to see, yes, this is our representative coordinate, we take it over as this one, and you can do job, that's no problem. Now we know that coordinate are on site, as we said in before case also. All that's here. There's no need explaining again and again how excavation is done. Excavation is a must. No one can avoid it. You can say it is real excavation but with fake coordinates. Excavations we have to do, even if it is rock, you have to provide working area in both directions, and it should be comfortable for people to work, because heavy sides are going to fixed, heavy formation, heavy framework, heavy shutters are going to be used for such work. After doing all that, checking all that, you are going to provide made up ground with some strong base. Made up ground means we are not on ground, we are not site. Site is open, gate is open, and you have to control that. That's what I am talking. Excavation is done by machine, of course, no matter going further into that. And we have prepared labels and all that. Just a professional does. We did that. And we have to trust that as well, because we got it through spy professional, which says you have to do it. Now let us consider, after excavation, what we have to do. Let's consider that point. Because we few hours back was claiming this area is good, this is not good, this and that. You prepared for your blinding concrete. For that you have to compact, if it's required you have to dress it up, and if you think that filling would not work, you have to decide about all that. That one area on which your soil is going to rest is that area must be well compacted as usual. Will be very significant to tell you. Now after blinding is done, blinding is not very complicated one. When your area is free, is legislative. Excavation speaks something. It speaks that you ensure I am strong. How to do that? I think it has to divide Now let's go further, because blinding is the unevenness removal from surface. Many people actually don't understand meaning of blinding. Some people say this is a lean concrete, some people say this is this and that. Actually, this is preparation of ground. Preparation of site is different. I am talking of preparation of ground. Before it was preparation of site. Preparation of site must be understood before understanding project construction. Preparation of locations. You have a plot, say big plot for your industry, is completely uneven, you are not sure about what you have to do. You have to scrap completely all. If it is, green project, means there's nothing below. You can, after investigation, scrap all area. It may be in square kilometers, doesn't make a difference. It's billions of dollars of project. I am talking of site preparation. How you prepare some site for a project means basic work that requires to start that project is called preparation, site preparation. That site preparation, what I'm talking now, first you prepare whole area. Whatever soil is there to some depth you have to refill all. Even if it is reclaimed area, it's already refilled. And if it's not, then you have to reclaim for yourself that it should be suitable for this project, rather than going into each and every area. Better remove mass soil, existing soil, which may contain hundreds and thousands of organic particles or organic materials that is not welcomed by soil. It doesn't need certain organisms in this content. So we will replace that with reasonably grained soil, grained soil, which is graded one for better strength and avoiding settlement. That is one part of preparation that takes time. It does define method of that, how to do it. Scrap it off and remove it from there. Take to some site where it can be kept for future use or for disposal, further disposal, to locations which are accepted for dumping. That area must be used for this purpose once permission is obtained from a responsible authority. That is one part. Other part is protection of site from further interferences and provide all those necessary services that are required for temporary works as well as for permanent works. You must have a plan for that, and after having that plan and finalizing where this can be located, where this usable structure or temporary structure can be located, and once you claim all this, you test everything and clear everything. This complete is called preparations, and this called in many ways. When connections to inside from outside, or inside to outside, the sewer connection, water connection, electrical connection, whatever you want to take to start site, develop that to state of status of correction. It is more important than even less. Then site preparation opens your way for work. Then you can plan how to take up all those foundations work one after another, and they look back. Why to look back? There is some meaning to look back. Now, because we have excavated based on our plan, we have to start work. It's not that you are working only in this area on this project. There will be many such areas where people are working as such. Those areas are always controlled by competent managers, engineers. There are 2 points. One is either your soil is so beautiful, so reliable that it will not cause any impact in future, and there is a reverse of that. First condition is ideal, is not possible to achieve, is ideal condition. Second condition is productive, is reliable. Second condition is that whatever information you have in designs, you have to ensure that is right, ensure that is workable, and ensure that you will not find any changes on this in future. And if there is any change on that, even after you complied with everything, that is out of control, and that is change because of which machine is going to be sited there. Maybe previously you approached one manufacturer and you got ready with that, but later on you saw someone else, and it's competition environment. Everybody is interested to sell its product. And just remember that these expensive items like compressors, like all those, these are very expensive items because different type still is used. And of course, after expenditure, your profit and that person who risks his profit should be equal proportions. Now, once you start this work of foundation, you have to concentrate on that. You have to coordinate this drawing, everything, and then move further. This type of rough is very useful. Now, on site you may not find this item moving due to some reason. You may find or you may place order in your workshops or your civil posts or civil rooms. What you are subjectively asking. You have to look after steel reinforcement one by one, because you have to give complete dimensions of steel rebars, cutting length, then how to bend, complete measurement. It is called schedule, bar schedule, bar bending schedule or steel bending schedule. This is technical work, and there is formula for that. And these people, if you give them this steel fixture shape and cutting length, they can do very easily. And there is no one bar, there will be thousands of such bar in this foundation work. These bars of different shapes, different geometry, and different diameter of rebars. This takes not one day, I am telling you, sometimes it takes many days. When you have complete these bars fabricated, you have to tag them, name them, which drawing it is, because this is not one day job. This is a continuous job and it takes many days. Similarly, you have to allot work of foam shutters, to some responsible person, provide them material, temporary material, and they shall form it. That's very important point. Form work and steel work, and you have to pour concrete also. You have to fix anode as well. You have to chain weld around steel bars with boss or such item, and you may limit yourself the installation of public representative, public care at a most enough. You have to prepare forms. This means you need material of forms. First point. How much material you have to buy or procure, timber battens, plywood or some other material, and their connections, nails or bolts or whatever you expect, supports. All materials you have to buy. This is also your job. You buy or through somebody else buys, but ultimately it's for your site. You have to buy metal of steel which is going to be used, and you have to buy anode system, you have to buy cable system. If you buy all these, no one should complain except when you miss someone. It may not be intentional, it may be by mistake or by ignorance that you forgot some person. That to that extent is acceptable. Otherwise, in command, nobody can accept this. That is in command. So you need all those materials, and of course you need this cathodic protection material as well as other material which are going to be topped, and you need a complete mechanism of waterproofing, post concrete, pre-concrete and well statements. This kind of requirements you should understand, that when I do this item, what shall I require? This is a job of a professional, that he understands what I have to do, and if with something during that period, that shall be a problem which you may not immediately solve that, but solution is required. Now this is part of foundation. Similarly, you require for columns, big columns you require here. In columns there are this concrete, there is shutter and bracings or clamps or further carpets. If you are able to understand such analytical points, same thing in top. What is required? You require possibly for joints and possible something powerful or agents, complete agents. Your agents or vendor agents. You need that. 1, 2 and 3. You need some custom joints material. You need curing compound, and you have to place orders to these vendors or whomever you elect to be on site. That vendor, you value those vendors only because they are also chalta hai attitude. They are also saying you have to control and train them. Whatever material, you make a list of that and you buy that. If some material is not available, you plug that one. All that is required for this work. This is not Hindu Asia. Now you got everything with you. If you are making sure what items you need during that work, like scaffolding, which is temporary work, like access, which is temporary work, and like manage, manage, how to actually keep workforce under control. Then you have to start working on that physically. Items are same, but work is different. You excavate it, you cannot keep soil there. When you excavate, take a truck, fill it in, send to your stockyard. Don't keep on soil. This is not allowed. Site must be tidy, all sites must do tidying work. Tidying means keep site clean, frame any obstruction from any undue material that car should drive, truck should drive. 400, 500, 600 cubic meter of material, you excavate in 1 day, 2 day, and shift it to somewhere else. And this enters into load. Yes. You need that. Don't depend on someone else. You need scaffolding for whole building, whole structure. Don't forget. You need supporting system for all structures. But plan accordingly. As you plan whole project, you plan area wise, you can also plan start wise. Today is, for example, 178, 27, yeah. Now, direction of this work is in your hands. You have blinded whole area, you have applied waterproofing, and you have applied protection of that waterproofing as well. Excavation, preparation of dressing or formation label, application of, you can say, blinding concrete, application of, they call concrete, some cause of something is ground water protection. For this manhole, ground is where it extinguishes. But man is different. Man cannot think that way. So, drawing is unbalanced. Waterproofing is not your expertise, of course. You have to get some applicators who shall give you warranty of that and do it in 1 or 2 days or as much as time one can take, say 3 days, 4 days. That time nothing of shall not be easily applicable. You have to test it after application. And remember one more thing, that in oil projects where oil refineries are working, you cannot use torch for firing this soap. You can use cleaner liquid for cleaning your hand and area, but not soft sand. After this application of waterproofing, you have to test that. Let us say test is successful. Can you live like this? You cannot live like this. You have to protect it. Then you say, okay, I am going to produce 3,354. Alright. Now you have to protect this layer. Why I'm now thinking something for background. You have to protect that layer with water. All this layer means application on application, or you can say this is cover application to cover danger of previous one. So in this case you can separately organize. Now you have done scraped. This is called scraped cement mortar or cement concrete scraped. Smooth one. Not that much smooth, but working smooth. You can start your layout on that. Layout of x axis and y axis. Layout of x to x and y to y. Once this starts working, means you cure it and you lay out your foundations. Lay out your foundation and start shifting your reinforcement which you have fabricated and complete that. It may take me few days possibly because this big steel, big foundation. But one activity is moving, then don't interfere with other activity, otherwise there's a small area as far as big foundation is concerned and they will be mixed up. Don't confuse yourself because confusion should be avoided in such projects. It should be avoided. Who is there? Welcome Mr. Anand, welcome Mahindra, Mr. Mahindra, and welcome who's this? Mr. Chaudhary, welcome Mr. Chaudhary, all that. Okay, you are welcome. And there are Shera Yadav, Kish, and 5 others, all are welcome. I'm just seeing if everything is good. I'm just trying to keep a hold on that. Now, I'm just trying to give you slow talk on it so that you can understand this is costly item. Costly in a sense that this is concrete. This is not ready-made to be made, and there are chances if concrete is not good in such foundation, it's risk you cannot imagine. You cannot imagine of that risk. I'm thirsty. Well, I am taking some warm water. I will suggest you all take boiled water better. As I told you before in this talk, France scientists tried to experiment at what temperature COVID-19 that temperature, start temperature 92 up to 90, this virus could not be killed. So a hint is coming that 100 degree where it can die. So your heat also, your sun rays also cannot kill this actually. So be supportive to yourself. Avoid air conditioning for a few months. You may not be able to do that because you are a very weak person. But if you want to live, if you want to have immunity, you do that. That's only my hint. I'm not just explaining that now. I've explained. You can go in the beginning of this video and can find that report. Also, try to eat hot liquids. Avoid cold temporarily. When I worked on this machine foundation, I think it was 2002, I'm sure I think 2000. I had that time on site, you know, these Lebanese, Syrians, etc. Or similarly, they were very smart, very mover, you know, tough leaders, tough workers. But only problem was English. Later on, this understood me. These people have one problem. Until they are sure that you are right person, they don't sit calmly. And I have this experience from dealing of many people, you know, I was not interested in site because you know site work is very tedious. I was asked, do you want to go to site or to go on office? I said, do decide yourself. So in the beginning they decided me and sent that to site and I was working, but I was fighting with people. I was fighting with staff. They also told me don't fight. I said I cannot work. Fighting is in my blood. I'm not fighting for my father or mother or my brothers sisters. I am fighting for job. That is Krishna. Now let us say, come back to point. My persons did well. They fabricated big shutters. Big shutters means what a ply can take. Ply are already 1.25 or 2.4 meters. You can say about 2.88 square meter per ply. So they just took this fabrication vertical, you know, vertical ply hood I'm talking, 18 mm thick. They prepared this vertical, you know, 25 meter, let us say. I'm just taking not exactly 25 meter long, but let us say 25 meters. If your one ply is say 1.2 meter, 1.25 meters, in 4 ply of 5 meters, then it's 25 meters means 20 ply in one direction. You keep 20 ply like this in standing position, so height is 2.4 meters. It depends upon what's your height. It's not necessarily it's 3 meters, I'm just telling. If 3 meters you have to raise another point on that. It's 25 plies if you're taking this way. It's about 20, in 1 meter is in 1.2. So in 5 meters these are 4 plies. Yes, so 5 meter 4 ply means 25 and 5 times 20 plies are there. And if 20 plies are there, if you have to raise all the height more than that, then you have to apply that way, 1.2 meter that way. So in that case, it's maybe 10 plies. So that's one end, one side, long side. Same thing on other side. And if it's like this 15 meters or whatever it is, 10 meters, you have to accordingly fix same ply here. So it's, you can say, small fort of plies for this foundation. Fort I'm saying, not exactly fort, but type of fort looks completely covered from all sides. Nothing at base because base is already concrete. If it was such a big area, you comfortably can enter into that. Means this means that there was some access as well. Access to trench, and then there's some stepped access or other type of access to go up and come down inside. That was done temporarily for access vertically as well as horizontally. Then prefab items were there available in our yard. We brought from there, starting meaning, and from Jangir, that's water supply. This was ordered. These ply are not simply ply standing. You have to apply battens on them. I'm just trying to say how these were arranged. Means they have to prepare fabrication. They have to fabricate these all and connect. And don't forget, storm there, 140 kilometers, 120 kilometers, 80 kilometers, and dust-laden winds. These must be strong. These are going to take load, fill concrete. So must we have to take care of good strengthening of these all the way from bottom to top and vertical members thereon, and then well secured all corners and intermediates. What you can say? Now, when you fixed all in fabrication mode, you have to check also. Let us say you fixed everything with complete parallel and vertical and inclined supports and all that's required to hold corners. Let us assume you have done everything. You have to check it. And at the same time you have to work internally. So steel fixers and residents are in a when your steel is also placed, heavy steel completely is placed, and you and your supervisor, concerned supervisor, comfortably get into this. Because for those traditionals, once complete network is there, imagine what I'm saying, 25 mm steel, 20 mm steel inside, maybe 32, and you provide complete mesh in both directions, and anode within 2 or 3 or 4 anodes depending on, and all this cathodic protection clips. Maybe these are some clips covered on steel bars on each end. This wire loose flexibly moving on them continuously. That's a corrosion protection technique, or you can say cathodic protection technique. That technique is there, you have done it, but that technique is not left but must be technically tested. We test it by voltage meter and see what voltage is passing through these ducts. Then there is ducts. You check connectivity. Even one connectivity is missed, your cathodic control will miss. There is no requirement of passing current on that. Just see, because this is metallic, both are metallic, these steel bars, their rings, and this cathodic bars on main steel, which passes on all bars and then go to your controls of center. You can say going there, connected to anode and cathode, which is a major part of Now we have to place order before inspection is done, because we don't want to place order after inspection. You inspect, your quality guy inspect, then client can inspect. You have drawings with you, you are on site, you are checking everything. Check it. You are measuring, you are quantifying everything. Quality guy is doing that. I have many times coming in, going out, coming in, going out, and hard work, of course. Of course, it will be checked and will pass, no major issue. This is not very complicated one, only heavy one. They will say do this and do that, do this and do that. Minor comments will be there, because when you have worked for many years with someone, you can know what character that is. You say it's planned and you plan and chart out its pouring, which is very important one. Order placing is not a big problem. It's pouring a big problem. Pouring is big problem. I will just try. Yesterday I couldn't find in this, and last night I checked through that, and I can show you that now if I get immediately. That is very professional point. I may say you have to understand that. I find out this problem here. I can't see what it's called. Let's see here. IS code book plans, facility method statements, chapters, sketches. Yes, this is here. There are two. I'll show you one. That is mask block. Let's see first mask block here. You have to see this patiently, because this is very professional work. I'll just move it this way a little bit. Yeah. Actually it reads compressor foundation concrete pour plan, typical. It's written here, just a little here. It is compressor foundation pour plan, typical because there are so many like that. This is one typical example I'm showing you. Basics behind that. What are these? This I'm going to explain. Let's see what actually I'll show you the squeezed one, so that it will be clear to you. You see these columns and rows of this. Columns and rows of this. Difficult to read. Yeah. Strip each, I'll show you. Strips numbers are there in columns, and each strip is 400 millimeters, and width of strip is there 2 meters. How many strips are there? Quantity is there. This is written first, and that you read. The strips are given here. Yours is 400 mm, 400 mm, 400 mm, 400 mm, and then 2 meters here. And how many more? I'll just show you that as well. I think at end I'm finding 50. There must be 50. Cumulative quantity cubic meter is also given. How much initial quantities are given here? 9.8, 9.8. This is quantity of each. Width is given 20. 2 meters. This is one part here, and of course see it's written here start early. It's written just the content of this is written that start early morning or late evening in hot weather conditions. It's given 60 trucks, 60 trucks trips at 8 cubic meter each frequently. It says that GGBS concrete required. Masons are required 4, helpers are required 20, and I think and carpenters 4 is also given. Then also in this, it's not simply that. If you just say another one, this written foundation step section and also some notes on that. I show you each very clearly. These are shown certain locations. Say concrete truck is that, pump location is that. You see this written around that plan, which is the first. I will show you this plan so that it's clear to you what I'm talking. This is foundation strip plan. This is foundation strip plan. Is that one? This one. These are strips here. These equally spaced strips. You can see how many numbers are these. And location of pump and pump are shown. Here also pump location and I can't read it now. Locations are shown, pump location and pump location and concrete mixer and concrete truck and I can go to hell. Concrete truck, concrete pump. These locations are shown. This detailed complete plan how we have to do this, what I mean to say. And what else is on? I'll show you. These are 2 meters strip shown. at locations can be to, for example, this is a location here, you can see I will show. So you can see in nutshell, in gross way, what I have seen is there. This is now giving you two sections. One is plan of a strips and other is section. Plan of a strip. Plan of a strips gives you horizontal plan. How many strips this way, as is shown here. How many strips this way? 2 meter strip, and running vertically in this, but it is not vertical, it is horizontal. These are strips you have to do accordingly this direction. Here is shown concrete truck, location of concrete truck, concrete pump. Similarly, concrete truck, concrete pump. And also this is showing this foundation is, if you see this 1 meter, 1 meter, 1 meter, 1 meter, 1 meter, this is showing about 13 meters or I think 14 meters. This is the width of this foundation, and this is steps this is shown here. In these steps we will pour this according to numbers shown on top. It is shown here. Let us see what number it is showing. Let us see where is 1, 2, 3, 4. Where we shown this 1, 2, 3, 4 here. You see this 1, 2, and then where is 3, then where is 4, and where is 5, then 5, where is 6. So like that it is given 1, 2, 4, 6, 10, 14, 17, 21, 29, 31. This is in first casting, these number of strips. I am to say in first 400 mm, this is sequence number of pouring of strips. Let us say we pour number 1 first at corner, immediate corner, then number 2 sequence, number 3 which is coming on number 1. I'll show again. Or let us say vertical it is like that. If you show bottom, number 1, number 3, number 7, I will show you is better. Number 1 vertically you see number 1, number 2, number 3, number 7, number 11, number 22. These are number of strips. If you see other one in section vertical 2, 5, 9, 15 and 25. Similarly you see this 4, 8, 13, 19, 28, and if you see here 9, let me take this 12, I think it is 6, yeah it is 6, this is 6, 12, 18, 18, 20 or 26, 23, well, let's see, this 6, 12, 18, 36, 14, because you know you see 1, let's say 1, 1, 3, 7, 11, 22. This is first straight vertical sequence, and second is 2, 5, 9, 15, 25. Third is 4, 8, 13, 19, 28, and then it is 6, 12, 18, 26, 34. The next one is 10, 16, 24, 32, 38, then 14, 20, 27, 36, 42, then is 17, 23, 33, 40, 45, and then 21, 30, 39, 44, 47, then 29, 35, 41, 46, 49, and then 31, 37, 43, 48, and 50. So we have this volume, sequence volume numbers. So this is vertical section sequence, and this is horizontal steps, and other details are written here. This is called pour plan. Indicatively, you are designing number of steps and sequences. You will give it to side guy. Of course, they will do their way, I know, but maybe they change little sequence. But as far as this works, it doesn't matter if little change is done. And title is Sketch Massive Block Concrete Pour Sequence. This is one part was. Another one is in same, that is for rough concrete, which is also similar but little easier it is. You can say this is a raft, you may say this is a raft. Units in the squares are shown. This is, these are squares are shown, but there's a section, other one, this is, you see below section, this is vertically sequences are there. And what is it written on that? I'll read for you. It says, maybe I can read, I don't know. Yeah, let's see. It says, step section, noting says 125 cubic meter each. You see temperature of concrete 24 degrees. And GGBS 70% cement replacement. The I'll read was there. Required a number of stoppers for emergency meeting, 28 trucks mixers or trestle mixers, 8 pumps plus 2 standby, temperature of concrete 24 degrees Celsius, use ice if required, GGBS required, 70% cement replacement, site shading with cool air circulation in proposed area, necessary for midday hours, hole joints not allowed, insulate top of unformed concrete surface. It says insulate top of unformed surface, spray water on side forms, then spray water on side forms to keep concrete cool, keep raft block in cool area continuously. This is written here. And as far as sequences I'm giving, I've not taken all sequences, but few I've taken vertically, say 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, then 4, 5, 8, then 7, 10, 15, then 37, 20, 18, and here at 3 you go 6, 3, 6, 9, 12, sequences like that. So this was just I wanted to share with you method statements. Well, I understand you may be clear about what I was talking. Actually, my purpose of today was just to explain in details power plan. 2 points again, what are considered and what are those points, remember? I think you remember or not, I don't know, but those 2 points are cold joints and flash setting. These are important points which can change quality of concrete. Concrete is same, steel is same, everything is same, drawing is same, slump is same, strength is same, but what is not same is placement. Placement. If everything is same, design is excellent, production of concrete excellent, transportation is excellent, slump is okay, temperature is okay, air volume is okay, and your laying up to placing point is okay, but there is a disparity among various placing batches. There is a disparity among control. Temperature variation occurs within mass. All attempts that you did become defective due to these 2 points. Due to these 2 points, which are cold joint formation and attack by flash setting. You have arranged for vibrators, you have arranged for everything, you are going to work hard, you are going to stay the hours together and days together. You are trying to do, you are killing your food was, you are killing your thing, and you are going to work. If that's not clear to you, this massive build-up is over. This was I just showed to you for massive block. If you follow this sequence, it's only for that purpose, to avoid cold joint. Otherwise it's no problem, just start one layer and lay full and then start another layer full. That is not professional job, because when you start from here is 25 meter and then coming here it will be 4 hours. Your work is gone. You start maybe 3 hours, 4 hours is there, then this portion, the first one is gone because you did not vibrate that and it is already set. Try to understand practical aspect. Well, we have one over cold joints. We have only for flash setting is a point that you must remember. If it is daytime, okay, in morning time or at night time, you may not meet that the varying quantity of concrete done probably. Now, if you just pour water in daytime when you are dealing with this, or you think the temperature is high, it's it's not worth, then you just sprinkle by hose pipe on those steel which has not been poured now. If that is poured, your problem is avoided. Don't don't think of clothing wear inside. Don't think of something else. Concentrate on your issue and produce your work, your video work, your work. That is your massive block. Pour only. It's not finished. Just you poured in layers and you brought it to final level of pour. And there are dowels of columns already there. All these 10 or 8 columns, big columns, 1.5 meter by 1.5 meter by 8 meters. These are not even thick members but massive members. No pockets here, no grooves here, but you have to protect this concrete by curing. That is major activity at end of day, because pouring was within 24 degrees as written there, not more than that. So all people must be sleeping well in homes at that time. Okay. Only concrete hasn't poured. You have to fight for curing of this. Fight. As I said, 24 degrees is maximum one in this case. 24 degrees is 4 degrees or 5 degrees to 24 degrees Celsius. If you cross that, you are not allowed to pour. This is massive block, because researcher thinks structure should be modeled to intelligence. Now you are ready with your thermal curing, as I discussed before. No water curing, thermal curing. Yes, you might have sprayed some compound on immediately, that's different. You have to arrange sand, you have to arrange polystyrene, you have to arrange polythene sheet. Either you arrange before if you are a good planner, or you arrange now immediately. Put whole sand on complete surface, because sides are only with columns. The sides are only closed. Install your rising falling temperatures at various locations. How are they? Then okay, you have covered whole 4 inches sand, covered in polystyrene, covered your polythene sheet and close tight all around. No particle of moisture or air should go in, and keep wet. And before that you must have installed temperature, to say instruments, temperature recording instruments, that's called rising falling temperatures, or different type of instruments are available to record temperatures at various depths and at various location, which you will record, someone will record, to know what is difference at one point to other point and this layer to other layer. Now, if you say temperature variation occurs, you understand what I mean to say. Let us say 2 meter deep, temperature at bottom, temperature at middle, temperature at top, and temperature at various locations. You must have an idea of what temperature gradient is moving vertically, what temperature is going horizontally this end or that end, which will just indicate how this concrete is performing for reaction, how heat flow is taking inside. Because we have to seal that heat flow, that's why we don't allow any escape point. Because we have to use that heat energy for this curing. That is big technology here. And if you see everything is okay, fine. Or if you see no, it's not coming in control, then we have to start cooling that area over this formwork. Probably you have to sprinkle water, or on top you have to add water to that cover so that it's not affected by heat waves. That is required. When temperature is 24, we are not increasing, this means gradient should also be not that much. Just like it is 38 degrees today in daytime, this means there can also be difference. 38 we are not accepting. We are not going to 38 for 24, we can't accept about 24. We have to minimize that. That is sole purpose of this technical control. This is technical control. This is quality control. This is management control. Quality management. This point I wanted to impress with this explanation, that don't take it that easy. Okay, physically we have done. Yes, physically we have done, but with no controls of internal structure of concrete. Internal structure must be controlled. That point is effective, otherwise no. If you control that, you are perfect in your job or expert in your job. Now, this curing would continue, don't worry about that. Because this shutting is not be going to be used for column, this can be used for some other formulation. Because this is only once, it's not used twice. There's no height margin in that. So you will cut plies, I know, from somewhere else, or you have to wait till that time is over. Now, with little different water I take. I'm very thirsty to right now. Wow. Everything is done. You clean, means top of columns, steel and all that. You can move on that, that's the problem, because it's covered. You have to be ready for your formworks and steel fixing of these columns, which are thick elements or massive blocks itself, more than 1 meter all dimensions and about 8 meters. So this is no different than this. In that case you have separate fabrication of these columns, which are 8 number or 10 number. You can repeat this into 4. 4 means if you use 2 columns at a time or 3 columns at a time, then you can just prepare 3 forms and you can complete columns that way. In this, or if you have any other small place there, you can provide us material of plywood at that time. This steel you fix, you must get from your workshop of fitting. There is a scale of effects, scale of temperature, scale of facilities, scale of, I mean to say, work of column, you must get a steel plate to be fixed on two sides of column. In each column, these steel plates fixed on one side and then connected to all tanks on that plate. Tanks, I want to say, as I showed in that, tanks which you may remember now, may not remember, I just show you. This is what I'm talking about here. This is that, this tanks. This is on one side of column. This is steel plate. This is steel plate shown by this arrow, and there are tanks shown here. And similar this side. This is steel plates are used, as you see in this column here. These tanks are structurally placed for protection of this. These tanks means with plate, fabricated with plate. This plate is connected to shutters. This plate is connected to this plate, and these bolts are connected, and this is connected to shutter formwork, so that these tanks stay within concrete. Protective measure this is. And what is that? You can see, I did not actually go into details of that, but should be. It's not difficult one. We can, let me see if I can find for you something about that. It's very interesting item actually. Steel plate, tanks, columns. I was not given there, fine, no problem. It's for purpose of strengthening of concrete. When steel tanks go into concrete, in addition to reinforcement with this thick member, remember, it's not normal steel that can be used for that. You need some extra steel, and because it's this process area, column size 1.5, and heavy weight is coming on that, machine weight. So of course, when there is a steel plates and that portion shall be strengthened. You can say one is that concrete is strengthened, or it can take stresses additionally in that particular portion, because column is a compression member, we all know that, and since it is wide in column, it's very, of course it's 8 meters, but if you say 8 meters by 1.5 something, so it's covered in short column terms, and short columns means long vertical height. This adds to purpose of strengthening of this column. Then you say it can affect your work, it can affect columns strategy, and it can affect anything, because affecting not in your way. As is US also doing the same way. Once these columns you raise your steel you place your scaffolding around, because it is high, 8 meters. You are going to place scaffolding around, and you have ready-made shutters. Doesn't matter, 8 meters. It's big size, so your vibrator can go down directly up to 6.5 meters from top of column. It can go, not big deal. 1.5 meter space is enough, because at corners there is this, and plates are distant about a meter, half 1 meter more. So casting and vibrating not a big problem, but arrangement means you have to provide ordinary scaffolding or mechanical scaffolding for this purpose. 2 or 3 columns we take it together. It's important work, and I think it would not take more than half hour or 1 hour by our steel tubers to help them. Then you have to check for protection, cathodic protection for this. These two items are very important, and this column is fixed to beam above, so there must be connecting bars or L bars or L bars at top. And one more thing I am telling you, if you don't have full bar length there for this column, though it should be, because it's 12 meters, less than 12 meters, I don't think there's any problem for overlapping, because bottom bar we can connect by connectors, or we can take whole length of that doesn't matter. If you have taken whole length up to top, that's fine. If you have not taken, then you could use mechanical connectors there in the bar. It's good technology, mechanical connector. Good technology is good one. Of course, when we take this, when we are taking these plates in, we are taking the dimensions, we can say we are to calculate points. Now let us say by this time you have prepared these columns, these forms, all that. Your 3 or 4 days are over for that part of curing. You may say that we remove this have already wet, and either we take some small portion of that column for work and leave other portion intact. We can take out from that column. We can chip that portion of where column is coming. That's must chip at 100%. You have to chip that. Cannot leave without. I mean to say your column 1.5 meter, 1.5 in that portion you can remove that kind of sand and polystyrene and all that from there, and you provide shutter there after scabbling that 1.5 meters, so that all loose particles are seen. Angular or granular pockets must go. Then now we can start working on these columns after we have shutters available, steel available, everything is available. There's no problem. Steel is, there you have mechanical connectors, and you just connect it, leave it above, and then tie up your wires, binding wires, and your plates are ready on fabricated. There's a steel plate with tanks are fabricated on steel sides. Steel side means steel, refinery versions. Yes. Your prefabrication material is available, your anode is available, and I think in 2 days you can complete physical work of these 2 or 3 columns in one go, and then seek permission for approval. That much you require, and then you have to see dimensions control, and you have to see vertical controls. That all same procedure you can use a string, or you can use theodolite to see verticality or no verticality, but layout is more important. First you do layout, check it. After that you can do layout shows verticality is not a problem. Or it may be a problem, surface itself not be detectable within detectable he was. Now here you think it will take 2 days to fix the columns. Do that, string both sides, location, string I would say 11.5 meter from center of that column, and check what is that this side, and then maybe 4 or 5 vertical points you have to see at 2 or 3 places on one side, this way and that way. So column comes back to lines at top, bottom and top, and it may be this way if it is not shown. It should be complete square and complete angular on that. Now, pouring, you have got inspection everything, scaffolding is there, you have to stand on top, remember. This was groundwork before, you need to come, this was groundwork, this is not groundwork, this is 8 meters above. 8 meters above means you have to stand above, all your work will stand above. Safety concern, first big concern, you have to take safety measures. Your pump home will go up and pour down, you have to ensure that 1.5 meter is maintained, and you have to check those same way as others used to check. Okay. Think on now pouring, you order pouring. Its column, you cannot take very, very high slump. You cannot take. Either very long, short slump, you have to take moderate one. That must be examined. Chemical composition is no problem, same as foundation. We will use GGBS, no problem. But how many courses just think of? Let us say 20 meters. Okay, you are pouring 1, vibrating, 2, vibrating, 3, vibrating, 4, vibrating. You let us say pour this. 4, 40 centimeter, 8 meters. In 5 layers you will go 2 meters. 4 times in 5 goes 2 meters. 4, yes. So you will take about 8, say 8 meter divided by 0.4, how much? 20 layers. 20 layers of concrete in that column. But there are 3 columns, you take 1, 2 or 3 here, say 1 meter you finish, go to other one and go to other one, then come back here. So you have to cast that column with such speed. Is there था? So 8 means 40, 5 layers in 1 meter, 5 layers in, 5 layers in 2 meters. So 20 layers and 60 layers in three columns. So this you vibrate every layer. And also remember that when you are casting 8 meters, where your resultant lies, you know that 8 meters is multiplied by that, how much you can tell me? Now by the time 3 days are over and these columns you cast, you have to trade these columns for curing first. Top you close because this is open. You can't leave that. Cover with the Hessian saturated one and put your PVC polythene on that. Tie with something with the steel bars, no problem. And see outside temperature, if it's okay, fine, or spray water. This you have to do for few days, because a kind of thermal curing is also created in this member. Don't worry about that. Then time has come that you have to open all your thermal curing from foundation, or not all, at least top portion you can remove. You can remove top portion and you may spray your curing compound. So leave that. Let it go for 1 week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks more. By the time you can check your house whether there is something going on or some effect was done by this. That you can check. You can repeat these shutters for that after 2-3 days. But you have to apply for curing on that. Curing means same principle as did Bajaj. This your new tricycle. Yes. So you are now trained for columns and your foundation. Foundation you remove top and you spray curing compound on that, because curing is still pending. Thermal action still remains. Columns you have left like this, and by chance you take out, then you have to wrap it again, same, wrap it with saturation and polythene sheet. You see how much you have taken, how much quantity you have used. Then comes on top big structure, beam structure, to be cast monolithic. Though some drawings showed different sections, I said no monolithic section if we have to cast. But these people did not shy, they have to do it. They did their way, they didn't listen to them, but we control them. You have to study top beam frame very well, because this is a little complicated as I showed. That is not exactly what I showed. It can be different, but I just tried to show you with this sketch. This is just normal sketch, but see these beams, on columns. This can be of any shape, and these are thin walls maybe. You see here, columns and then there's section. This takes time. First of all, you have to prepare your supporting system in full, because somewhere there is cutout, somewhere no cutout. You cannot move from one point to other while working at height at this. You are working already at 8 meters high, and then this is about 1.5 something this deep, and so you have to go to that portion. There it's not convenient to just move up and down, up and down, up and down. So control this working area. Make area tidy, complete tidy, and then sit down this area. Supporting system and a scaffolding system is very complicated in this case. Then at the same time, at various levels you have to work. At various levels. One beam is some depth, one slab they use, then there's a cutout, then there's maybe another beam, sectional beams, and varying details. You have to study those details. Of course, somebody might have done. Then somewhere is shown section here, cut this section. We cannot do this section. This is not your time. This is very fast. I cannot do that. These sections are cubic meters in concrete, many sections, complicated thin sections, very congested sections, and these are relevant to many services as those types of sections. So there is no other problem but rise and spread with thick sections, very thin sections, just expanding or if you feel that to this work you have done, you don't want to do further, I mean to say not here on site to think that let us study further, go through this, because that is complicated work. Remember, this framing is actual work for this compressor foundation, because on this would rest your bolts of anchors of this machine, bolts of this machine, and on bearings of some material will put and duly grouted. So this is a complicated process where we have to work each side differently and with definite supports. I show you see how this supports now. Then no problem, we will follow it up, because once we study all that, we can move further. Or there, let me see, many guys have come, I think. What's there? Chaudhary and Mr. It's my eyes problem. Welcome Mr. Sam, welcome Mr. Anand, welcome Mr. Vishwanathan, welcome Mr. Viru, welcome Mr. Dinesh, and welcome Mr. Babu. What's that? And welcome Mr. Nicholas. Well, whatever I could read, welcome to all. When you prepare for this section, beam section of top complicated thin sections, you must check again and again because locations of walls is affected, and this is since thin sections, application of thick member or massive block does not apply. Though quantity may be more, but sections are not that thick, maybe 50 or 40 centimeter or 1 meter deep, but thickness of member is 40 or 50, doesn't matter. It's application of normal sections you have to apply, but you have to apply beams with same shutters and bolts that is required. You have to do same as you do for other members. Major portion was thick member was massive block and columns. This top one is very complicated one, of course. In beginning it was demanded something which I didn't know at that time. Maybe how do I know? They know now. That time they taught some irrelevant on the drawings itself. They said that I could not understand that time why this section is shown. Nobody was explaining me to that. Once I went to them to have some workshop or something else. Then I find out why this construction joint is shown and why this isolation of this wash purpose. They did not respond. Well, I stayed 3 or 4 days there. I was just thinking of some structure, that's an element out. I just took your time, sorry for that. You, on such a structure, must handle yourself rather than depending on others. Because even a single defect can lead to problems. Concrete is so fast in such a structure, so fast. Rapidly you do, you cannot even see which batch was which one. Though we planned, we charted out, we take like that. That is a procedure. But sometimes something goes out of control because you have something in mind and those side guys, side foremen, they don't read that. Okay, okay. They have their way and you sometimes don't know what they are doing. This happens. You don't know what happens. But anyway, as far as work is within tolerance, within limits, within definitions, what should be done? If it is done, I don't think there's a harm. At the end of the day, you should not find any problem. Curing should start with happiness and should not be neglected as well. There is habit of some people to ignore curing, to neglect that. That is not good. Is say curing little water or more water for you. Yeah, curing, of course, water is very expensive, it's very costly, it's precious, but without water you cannot produce concrete. You have to find ways how to save it. Only way is use saturation of Hessian on your surface of where you have to cure. Either use curing compound. If you cannot use that, you have to use saturated Hessian bag wrapped over members of those whatever you can in non-massive blocks. Means to just I say beam, there is roof beam, to say upper structure. Wrap with Hessian bags, keep saturated, and over that polythene sheet, don't forget that. Just wrap with Hessian bag, this doesn't serve any purpose because Hessian bag shall dry in half an hour in 40 degrees, 45 degrees, and then wind follows as well. You can't save evaporation of that water content from that bag, so purpose of your saturation is defective, no constructive purpose. You have to be careful. So, or use curing compound on vertical sides, not on horizontal sides. But I remember one time we used to cure like this, and particularly there was one engineer who used to come either in remote time to see are we doing or on Fridays, because he thought that maybe we sleep, nobody cares. He used to come and see secretly and take photograph of that. There are some strict people also. I respect them. They do their job. It's duty of that person to ensure that we're curing. It's not because of water we are saving. It's not because of that. Because of neglect, They are serious. They don't want neglect on curing. It should not be ignored. And because it's a problem, if suppose you don't do this, by chance, by carelessness or by neglect or by, okay, we do tomorrow, doesn't matter. Some things people like to that. Thing means serious. You cannot cure it later. There is no solution to re-affect curing if it is missed. Though there are many chemicals nowadays, but you can't depend on chemicals for purpose of curing. There's a chance that you gain sometime, but that is cheating, Curing purpose is something else. And purpose of admixtures is altogether varying. And if your curing is not complete, your strength gain, your chemical I mean to say your durability of concrete, all are affected. Then it will take water from cement contents, and that water cement ratio may be affected. Why don't you take that point into consideration? The basic fundamental that's meant for concrete would lose weight, and by chance it happens that your cubes fail, and there's a limit, there's a lead that you have to take course from your slab or from your beam, then you are in big trouble, because cube may fail or may not fail, but certainly your core would fail because of lack of curing. And if it fails, you have no response. Only way would be to demolish or dismantle that part of the structure on which failed. And it's a big shame, big damage on your reputation as well as reputation of your employer, because there is no cure to that. And if you want to prove something, what's procedure to prove that? That's not known. Till now not known. How can you add strength to that concrete? Curing would not work that day. Load test would not work that day. So what solution, what alternative solution does an engineer have to replenish loss of strength due to curing failure? Just keep that in mind to become a responsive professional. That's why I always say engineering design is very complicated, but engineering construction is further complicated, because design can be realistically rechanged, design can be altered, but once job is done on site, you have no way to change it. You have no way to change it. It is impossible. And once you have to break it, money, time, quality, reputation, and your face is destroyed. Therefore, better be present on site for this purpose. Don't leave it to guards or chowkidar or some helper or some other. Just trusting them. Never trust someone. I don't trust. Maybe I have to go, even at night I will go because of work. Otherwise, if you are trapped in, you will be responsible, not your chowkidar, not your guard, not your someone else. You have to suffer. And I learned lesson in my life. In one case, I told you many times before, this is not right time to tell you. And also structural inadequacies. Actually, I was just having little when I was thinking about structure, some vision about some movement of a column. I was concerned with that. That's why I could not just miss some many moments. Well, I saw that. How it happened, I also don't know. In my mind, it came from some time, and I was a little concerned about that. It happens with sometimes you're talking something and some immediate past or long past image comes to your mind. You will be lost, for a few seconds. So it happens, and that loss took me about 6 months to fight with that. Though we covered that by some method we covered that loss, but I was not happy with that. And there was this science when this our company owner, sometimes owners interfere for nothing. They don't understand. By chance they have a company, they run company, they think they can do anything. They have command, they can command some smaller guy who can't resist. Why are you spending water here? What's the meaning? Why don't feel good if you use water? They don't understand meaning of curing. But see, of course, when you take a pipe and cure some slab of water is there everywhere, you think it's going waste. It's not going waste, but they think so much what you are doing. They do not understand because that person, that owner is not an engineer, and that small guy who is doing water spraying or some other, that guy got no such guts to respond to that person, and that person should not talk to that small person. You should telephone some engineer or some responsible who could explain to you. But I know for the dot you can say, for what's saying means if you have power, if you have honor, if you are some leader by chance, you do not disrespect real professionals, and those who disrespect real professionals, they are automatically thrown out of their positions, or they are locked in. This happens. Just think of something happens, who will first person go to jail? Same honor. Of course, foreman would go, engineer would go, but that person would be first one to go because of some accident. These person, of course, due to money, due to power, due to some other resources, they get registration, but they do not know consequences of such accidents. They unnecessarily interfere, and particularly those who had been on lower positions in past years, and they got some money from whatever source and they start some organizations. They do such types of nonsense. Who can explain to them? Every time somebody should explain to them, for why are you interfering in site work? It's just like a doctor is working, let him work. Why are you going to interfere in a nursing home? Do this operation. Can doctor listen to that? No. I am a doctor on my project. Why interfere on this? Why are you telling some very small person, that person will listen to you, I don't cure. If that person stops curing and puts tape off and waters, and the sun of 45 degrees means, what shall happen to concrete? These people do not understand this simple problem, and they create problem on top of problem. So I would suggest, please handle such situation in your time. And with this I will close this. I will discuss tomorrow this other issues, and this is of course I'll discuss about further how to open shut, how to do that. This heavy compression foundation was, and after that there is I could not read this totally. Tomorrow I read this probably, and this is then tabletop columns. I have already explained. I'll read them for review, and if I miss something in this, so I just spoke of memory. Then tabletop works, and I see tomorrow we'll continue this one. Then there will be swimming pool next one, underground swimming pool, and after that we will take a firing shooting range. These are all major items, and they will say that these are major items actually. Then grade slab, alright. Then column this is a combination of various items. This we are going to take next time. So I will now try to close it. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Let me close it now, and let us see. I hope you. I'm not finding many comments from people. If you can write comments. There's no problem. I will see through those and see if I can answer those, and then I will say. Okay, gentlemen, close it now.